Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be continuing the Warfare hunting. We'll be doing that. Apparently, there is nothing today that is like recommended thingamathings. Interestingly enough, it's not like it matters that much, but kind of gives me the idea what is going to be there and such. How much can I be expecting certain Pokemons to be there? Yep. Indeed. We'll be definitely getting somewhere today. I'm feeling like today is gonna be a day that we'll be getting like decent-ish amount of encounters. Been having a few like quieter ones for sure. I feel like today is definitely gonna be a day that there is more things there. I guess at some point they're gonna be right. But yeah, we shall be getting the beef. Searching for the far-fetched. Oh, it was easy. I'm gonna be waiting a little while though. Before I encountered, I thought that I'm gonna be starting, already searching for it because it usually takes a minute. But already there, so that's nice. Very nice indeed that it's there like that. Should be waiting for too long for it to be appearing. Well then, I guess it's time to start. Didn't it take a long time to be encountering the first one? I wonder if it's the case that, like, the first one, I haven't noticed like the first one is always taking a while. Kind of like what it is, like, very well that you can be seeing that, for example, in PDSP, that it's, you know, taking forever for you to be encountering a Pokemon. It's the first Pokemon I should have waited, but anyways. The yellow pattern is still being weird and not working. Well, I still thankfully have my ghost in front, so I can easily be encountering that. I would like to see that that's most likely gonna be changing today, though. I have a feeling that the ghost is not gonna be in the front forever today. It's still kind of funny to think of. Oh, actually, I was thinking about Wobbuffet and, you know, it having Shadow Tag and it's, you know, being annoying. Everyone always hates it. And, you know, I was thinking that in, you know, in Gen 2, abilities weren't a thing yet. So it would be the only game currently that you could do always 100% of the time be able to run from them. Apart from if you're like too low level, of course. But basically, like, every Pokemon has a chance to be running away from them at least. I was thinking that if Wobbuffet would be put into like a Legends game, would it still be having that? Kind of like what Regigigas did get. But then again, I kind of feel like Regigigas was a special case. It is kind of the case. There's so many Pokemons. You gotta think about that. What if, you know? What if they would be in Legends game where at least right now there hasn't been any abilities? Apart from one. Will there be the abilities or will there not be? Like Mimikyu, because Mimikyu's whole thing is disguise. Would it still be having it, or would we be seeing Mimikyu in a Legends game without the disguise, which is kind of scary to think about. Considering the Pokédex entries and everything. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. I'm really wishing that this week's thing would be a thing though, because this week there should be rain at some point. I really hope it's gonna be a thing. Because I would like to get some rain. I mean, technically there was a little bit last week, but it literally lasted like 5 minutes and it did like dry up immediately. I mean, there has been like rain like nearby, not just in here, unfortunately. To be putting my 3DS to charge. But it is kind of weird to think about, though, that that you know, I've been taught when I was a kid that, you know, never be keeping your phone in charge. If it's full, you know, it was the time that I've talked about that it was the time that, you know, if the charger would be in the wall, even if it wouldn't be charging, it would be, you know, draining electricity. At least that is what has been told to me. Don't know how true it is. It was told to me when I was a kid. I mean, in general, it doesn't really do anything if you will be keeping something in charge when it's full. Same thing kind of is that I don't know where I did hear it from, but I have always kind of been going with it that it's not sure recommended to be, you know, using the device if it's charging. I mean, there's some devices that like absolutely refuse to be working if you are using them while they're charging, which is, you know, understandable. And I guess the thing is as well, of course, like if you don't use it while the whatever thing that you're charging is charging, it's gonna be, you know, charging faster because, you know, you're not using it. So that's, you know, kind of smart. But yeah, there's only few devices that I think that I always be using while they're charging, and in quotes always. Switch and kind of my phone, depending on if there's, you know, important things happening. But then again, I don't really think, especially like a, you know, Switch that you can be, you know, be having docked and, you know, play on your TV, whatever my thing, is really counting. Because I'm just kind of thinking it, you know, as one of those devices that it just needs to be always plugged in order for it to be working. Switch Lite is a different story though, because like it's kind of only in the handheld mode. I don't know, regular old Switch. But you know, technically it's always charging. The good thing is that so many chargers nowadays are smart enough that, you know, when, you know, whatever device is full, it's, you know, stops charging it. Which is, you know, nice. Also, I will say that I never really caught one of those reasons to be getting specific phones that, you know, it charges everything in like half an hour for the day. Things. I guess because I have always like enough time, so I don't really need to be getting it done in half an hour. And then run it for an entire day. Because I remember when they were a big thing, a bunch of people wanted to be specifically getting them. And it was indeed like a big selling point that, you know, in a half an hour, it's charging for the entire day. It could be also partially because it is more or less like a thing nowadays that it doesn't take forever to be charging things. Or like newer devices. But yeah. Mariam. Yeah, because I guess I just don't really have a usage for a phone as much. Or at least I didn't. I think I use my phone more now than when I was a teenager. Could be partially because, you know, in school you weren't allowed to be using your phone. Could be definitely parts of that. Like, you could be having your phone with you, that was fine, but you couldn't be using it while you were in school. At least, you know, before, like, you were out of 9th grade. Moved into wherever you decided to be moving to. Because that was technically the first point that you would be having an option. Where you could be going to school. At least where I'm in. I think it's usually the case that, you know, I've talked about it a bunch that we have like different, like, in quotes, levels in like our school systems. And even like inside those school levels we have like 2 different schools that you're usually going to. The first one is the one that you go from the 1st to 6th grade. And then usually you switch a school from 7th to 9th grade. Some places have them to be like in the same place, but it's usually when it's a smaller place. Usually they are 2 different, like completely different places. Which is a good thing, of course. I don't mind it. It's better in my mind that they, like, you need to be switching a place, you know, you don't get used to be going the same place for 9 years. But I guess some people might be having a chance to be switching, like choosing their schools when they go to 7th grade. Because I was, for example, one of the fortunate ones that I did have a saying because we were just like moving into like closer to one of the schools. Because usually it is in, from what I have heard in here, that you'll be going into specific school after the 6th grade depending on what school you were in. So, you know, the students would be, you know, that the students would be going into schools and they would still be having enough space in there. But you could, sometimes you could be. I mean, of course, there's always the case that you can, with a special permission, you can be going into specific schools, but that's about it, really. But normally, like, from what I've heard, you don't really have a choice. You're just gonna be going to school based on what school you were already in. Then after 9th grade, you can indeed be choosing where you want to go. Oh yeah, I guess you... Yeah, I don't know how you... I remember that they were a thing. I don't know how much of a thing they are still. But you could... At least I did have an option that you could be going into a... like more of a sporty side of like school for 7th to 9th grade. I mean, of course I wasn't interested in, but I think that was maybe the only option that you would like realistically be having. Yeah, after 9th grade you can be choosing where you want to be going. There's 2 sides mostly that you could be going. Or you could be doing combined of the both. But no matter what, as I said, I say nowadays, even though it has been a thing for like quite a good few years, but it was a choice for me to not even go further. I could be stopping after 9th grade, but nowadays it's mandatory until you're 18 pretty much. Depending on can you be skipping years or what part of the year are you born in. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing indeed. Even though I know that that causes more people to be looking into schools that they are not actually interested in, but at least the thing is that if you have higher education and then the mandatory that was the mandatory for me, more chance to be getting hired. And I will also say that I wouldn't know what I would be personally be doing if I wouldn't be continuing studying. Then, because I didn't really have it, like any sort of interest to be going to work at that point, because that would have been technically the only option. Because, you know, not too many places to be hiring you if you're under 18. Some places do, but you don't have really that much of a choice. But yeah. Do be interesting, do be interesting. Good. Gonna do next encounter that I will be doing a thing real quickly. Oh, I didn't think that was that close. Anyways. There we go. Giant, there we go. Thought I already did do it, but I guess I forgot then. Oh no. Probably should be writing that down. I just remember a thing that I was supposed to be doing. I'll write it down. Or maybe I will not be forgetting it then. There we go. Supposed to be doing one thing today before I stream, but thankfully it isn't too bad that I forget to be doing. It's just is what it is. And don't you just love the situations always when you're like I sure should be doing this thing, but then you forget? Happens to me a little too often, unfortunately. It's especially funny like when you're like playing games, you go to a place, say, and then you're like, why did they even come in here? And then you go back to the place that you it just come from you're like, oh yeah, I needed that, and then you like go back again. Like thinking that, hey, I need that very specific thing that I surely will be remembering. Once you get there, you're like, what I was looking for? Excuse me? Thankfully, Pokemon games are good in that there is very few things that I can think of that are like that. I guess because I'm mostly like, if I will be going into a place, it is because I need to be buying Pokeballs. And usually if I go to a Pokemart or something like that or a Pokecenter in there, or into a town anyways, I'm already like in front of the building, or close to it anyways, I'm like, yeah. Already down to the last move. We've been seeing a decent amount of these. Ooh, boosted. Let's go. Nice points. Definitely will be using them. I honestly will. As I said, whenever I do be going to fossil things, then you know I need them. Guess I could be checking again how much I have. That's a good amount. I know that I haven't gotten the... what is it? The thingamathing. The thingamathing called a... what is it actually? The dojo thing. I haven't completed that, but I don't know if I can be bothered to be doing it. There's some things that I wouldn't mind to be having in there. I don't remember, do I have in this file the Gramomatic or not? Because that's one of the only things that I'm like really caring to be having there, because like surely, like as nice as it is to be having the place to be fully like repaired and everything, what does it really do? Nothing. Bunch of Stuffle today. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. I'm gonna double check what is the encounter rate on this route. It's Route 5. Even though the game sometimes says that this is Route 4. What is the encounter rate? Yeah, Stuffle is 35%. Makes sense, makes sense. Because I don't have any kind of boost today for anything in this route. 5% Farfetch'd, 10% Wobbuffet, 5% Drifloon, 15% Minccino, 30% Swirlet, and 35% Stuffle. Yeah. I will say though that I don't personally understand one thing. That why couldn't it be the case that in here that they would have been cutting from Stuffle's like encounter rate instead of they would be cutting from Minccino. The Stuffle is 35, it could be just 30. In my opinion. It just is, you know, unfortunate that Minccino is already only 20% compared to Stuffle. So they could have been like cutting in like Stuffle to be 30 and Minccino could have been staying at 20%. Because you know they need to be cutting it somewhere. But hey, I guess that makes Minccino quite nice and in quotes rare, even though it's not really. It's still relatively common. Cool Pokemon, definitely. Which I will still say that I don't completely understand why it needs to be a stone evolution. It's kind of in the same category as Kitties for me, that I don't understand why they both need to be. I can kind of understand, you know, a Moonstone for Skitty. Is it a Moonstone? Why am I? I'm like 90% sure that it is indeed. Yeah. I kind of get it like the Moonstone because, you know, cats are more active at night and blah blah blah, but still. Same thing, I can kind of understand why Minccino requires a shiny stone to be evolving, because, you know, it's about the cleaning and just stuff like that. But then again, it kind of hurts them at the same time. It honestly does. Just let me check. Moonstone. Because, you know, Skitty to Delcatty. I've talked about that there's only one of them available in the Hoenn game, so, you know, you need to be making your decision in most of the games. In Sapphire only, it's a 5% held item from a Lunatone, but it is in Meteor Falls. I mean, it's not that late at the game, but it is kind of still. Like, it would be if you want to really be using Skitty or Delcatty in your Hoenn playthrough when you first did get to be doing it. You would need to be waiting until Meteor Falls to be evolving it, basically. which is unfortunate. Like, as I said, it's not that late, but it is quite late. And let me check out Shiny Stone. Minchino, Chinchino. Available on Route 6. You know, it is there, definitely. And Hidden Grotto in the follow-up games. Or is it? Did I look at the wrong one? No, it's there still. And I don't know. It is still like, I don't know. There's like so many times in my eyes, at least, that when a Pokemon evolves with an evolutionary stone, you can kind of see it and understand it immediately. But both like Skitty and Minchino in their debut generation, they were, you know, relatively early on Pokemons. So you would be just thinking that, hey, it's another like early-ish game, normal type, so it's gonna be evolving by level up, right? But it is what it is. As I said, I can understand the reasoning why they evolve with the items, but I still will be saying that I find it unnecessary. Then again, I will also say that it is so ridiculously easy nowadays to be getting the evolutionary stones compared to the amount of evolutionary stone evolutions there is. But anyways, because there is so little. And so many ones that you can just avoid if you're like patient enough. In some situations you can just be completely ignoring that there is, you know, a stone evolution requirement. Just, you know, very nice. Not everything in every game for sure, but it's quite a good amount that you don't need to be using the item for. As much as I would like there to be like ones that you could be getting getting more Pokemons that would be evolving with evolutionary stones, but at the same time I don't want it to be a requirement. This is a problem. Fine, whatever, but why? And also another thing that I will say that I wouldn't mind to be the case in few games and, you know, every once in a while is that there would be certain Pokemon that in the games that they are introduced in, they would be having a special kind of evolution, and in the next coming games it would be going back to being usual, like level up things. Even though most of the times the evolution methods, they don't really change for Pokemon. I say that then there has been like in the current generation there has been a thing like that. But it makes sense because you know it's the ones that you need to use an agile or strong style move of certain moves to be instead of like knowing the move. You know, that makes sense. I don't mind it, you know. Why not? Like, it was a thing that I knew already that either they are not gonna ever be including these certain different forms ever in the games, or they have to be making them, or they have to be making them to be just knowing the move or like somehow change it. Another boosted farfetched already. Thank you, game. Do you want to give it to me from the boosted one per se? That wouldn't be too bad, even though it wouldn't be full odds, but I don't really mind it. Because it would be cool. I will still say one day. Maybe not with Farfetched, but with something else. Even though I already will say again that it has already happened. It's already happened, but you know, I will do it at some point on stream as well. You know, one that I will specifically going to be getting to the 500 knockouts. Or, should I even go that far? I'm gonna take another look-see about the... Because I know that there is like... They cap out at some point. Oh, let's see. Number of species, and like, yeah, 100 is the one that is required for the getting into like ×2 chance to be getting one. Then like 500, it's the maximum odds. You know, technically better odds than Masuda, but I don't know why, but I think you might be able to get more encounters in a short period of time compared to, or in Masuda compared to this. I don't know why. It just seems like that would be the case, you know? Because at 100 it's 1,000. It's 1,024. Maybe I'm gonna be knocking down at least 100 of the Pokemon that once I will be going for a Brilliant or a Pokemon. That is like a known thing. Well, we'll see when we get there. As I said, at least 100 will be knocked down, because that is the point that I'll be hitting the most chance to be getting a Brilliant or a Pokemon. The most chance, indeed. Definitely. The most chance. But yeah, fun fact is that depending on how long does this take today and do I find a Farfetch'd or not, I could be getting into 23,000 like overall checks. I could be getting there. It's a possibility indeed. Because right now we are at, or like before I started the hunt today, not like right now, but before I started the hunt today, it was at 20,029 checks. So, you know, definitely a possibility to be hitting 23,000 today. But we'll see, we'll see. If not, then you know that's not the end of the world, but... If I would be finding a shiny, that would definitely be ruining that though. I mean, of course, if I would be finding Farfetch itself, then you know, I can be reaching it anyways. I most likely will keep the track of these, because if I do decide to be going for another one of these full odds, then you know I have the ones in there already, but I have mentioned it a bunch of times during this that once I do be finding one Farfetch, I will be doing something else. Be going for another Farfetch another time. Because the unfortunate reality is that you know, it's not too easy to be getting this dude. Otherwise... I kind of hope also that Farfetch would be in the next, like... Or in the near future in one of the... What is it, I think? Oh my gosh. The thing is... In the next, like, overworld Pokemon game, or in the next future, I hope that it will be getting some love. The regular one, even. Don't worry, you know, the Cantonian one, it was indeed from in the Let's Go, of course, you know, Gen 1. But anyways. But I don't know. I was kind of thinking that to double check that I guess it could be available. I guess it could be like available in Legends CA, because there is the trade-in in the Kalos games, X and Y. And also it's available in the Friend Safari. And also in the route there, so maybe. But then again, I will also say that even though I'm not specifically going for it, Farfetch that is, it is definitely a possibility that I could be, you know, running into it in another game, mainly Soul Silver. At least currently it's the case. I don't really have any other Pokemon games. I don't think so that would be there. Why is it in Crystal in such a different area? I mean Crystal. Oh, it's there. Crystal is honestly one of the weirdest, like, third games of the generation, I will say that much, because I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like it's the most, like, drastic changes compared to, like, the other two. I don't know why it is. It just feels like it. And I guess it could be hunting in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, but I don't know. I don't really know why I'm feeling like it. It's in swarms in there. You are gonna be having a break soon though. You're having a break indeed. You're looking more to the far-fetched that would there be another place that I could accidentally, in quotes, be running into it. Because the problem is there really doesn't... Like, as much as I like far-fetched and it's shiny and everything, the problem is that it's, you know, rarity and availability is not the greatest. You know, originally a trade one and still in few games for sure. I'm gonna see if I can squish in one more. If not, then, you know, I'll just be staying in the overworld then. Seeing how the Pokemons are complaining to me. Be staying in here then. I'll go a little bit farther so maybe the Swirlix doesn't notice me. It's interesting that in Japanese fluids that you need to be trading a Beachy for it. Very interesting. I mean, I guess technically then in Japanese blue it's a little bit easy to be getting because bitches are a little bit everywhere. Spearow is not as much. Yeah, indeed, it's... Unfortunately, Farfetch is one of the ones that it's impossible to be hunting in 3rd generation. Apart from eggs. Because the only way to be getting it is from trade. And because it's a trade, you know, shiny locked. Swarming, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and all the original games as well. Yeah, Heart Gold, so Silver, definitely a possibility that I will be running in those areas at some point. It's unfortunately, you know, morning day exclusive, so like that makes it a little bit harder for me. Again, only available in swarms in Gen 5. There is indeed a trade for the for Panolby in X and Y, Route 22 and for French Safari. And as I said in Let's Go, in this game, technically a possibility, I guess. We're getting the Cantonian form and trading the Galarian form. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's get going then. But yeah, by the looks of things, Farfetch'd, you know, is a rare Pokemon. It's not like I didn't know it, but still. It's a lot rarer than I thought. Because there is indeed a bunch of Pokemons that have, like, over time become, like, more accessible to everyone. Talked about them before. They are not as rare. Like something like Yanma, for example, it's not as rare anymore to be finding as it used to be, which is a good thing. But, I don't know. The other Pokemon that I was kind of thinking about is Dunsparce. And I still kind of feel like Dunsparce is still like a rare Pokemon, because even though in Scarlet and Violet, you know, you can be having outbreaks and whatever, but so can you be getting swarms? Or in other games that it's, you know, more likely to be there in certain situations. But yeah. Yeah. Farfetch'd. I don't know what to do with the Cantonian one. As I said, I know that basically the only way to be getting another one in this game is to be doing this hunt again, because I can't be bothered with the wild area to be switching the day every single time. And then there is and there is indeed Masuda. There's not really too many other options. There is the other option is to be going to the raid spot. That's about it, really. This, I guess, indeed PDSP as an opportunity to be hunting for Farfetch'd, the Cantonian one, but The problem, there is no, I don't mind, I was to say, I don't mind personally PDSP, but the problem really is that it's a swarm. Like, that is the problem, that it's a swarm. And it makes it a little bit annoying. There. Oh, it's there. It's like I was looking at indeed, like making sure that I remember how the swarms work. I was like thinking, what is Mount Murder? Oh yeah, that place. Yeah. That place. I will also say that why did they even bother with swarms in Chantry? Honestly. Because there is Surskid and Skitty in Ruby Sapphire. And in Emerald there is Skiddy, Seidot, and Nuzleaf. Why did they even bother with them, honestly? There's so few options. Even in Gen 2, when it was, you know, introduced, there was... there was 3 in... 3 only in Crystal, but there was 6 overall. Or Gold, Soul, Silver, as it had so many of them. I'm gonna just indeed be checking Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. And it's indeed visibly seen. I know in PDSP. You can be seeing it in the pause menu. However, like a Slush Jones' little sister can still be telling what outbreak is currently active. Yeah. I don't remember. I mean, swarms are, you know, time-based things, and, you know, PDSP are fun in that if you mess up with the time, all time-based things are locked for a little while. By a little while, I mean to a day or two, depending on what it is. And because so many different sources say other, things differently. So I don't know what to really believe in, but anyways, it locks them out for quite a good amount of time. I guess one way I can be seeing like why sometimes people say that it's for 2 days is because like, it could still be like it does lock it for 24 hours, but then, you know, it needs to be waiting until the next midnight to be, you know, be actually changing. It could be that. Could be that, I suppose. We'll see though. I'm gonna honestly look even more into it because now I'm curious like where I actually would be hunting for it. It's not a hard location to be getting into, at least. It's a good thing. Additionally, what Pokemon can be appearing on honey trees? No way! um, okay, seems interesting. It's a pretty nice boost, that's for sure. The problem with like the swarm hunts in PDSP is that I'm assuming that, you know, since, you know, they change every day, that the problem is that, of course, the best case scenario is that if you would be like starting to look for them like at midnight and try to be doing like the entire day of them. Oh, fishing? Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna quickly look up things because it's. I'm gonna double check, but it should be the same in both games. Can be using the other one to be looking at the things. Yeah, okay. But I love fishing. Let me go. So I have the encounter calculator on my PC, so you know I can be checking out things as soon as you know I find it somewhere. Encounter calculator there. Because since the odds are the same in PDSP and in the original ones, apart from Platinum, I guess. Be using that. There we go. Like, see if this has things. Say that I'm playing Pearl. I'm having location to be that place. There is a swarm going about. Yeah, it would be becoming the like the greatest thing there. Unfortunately, it means that the repel trick wouldn't be really doing anything in there because everything is level 20 each. Oh, if I would be doing like in Poke Radar, I would be having Nidorino or Nidorina as an option. Interesting. Hmm. I mean, I will still say that I wouldn't mind to be doing another Poke Radar launch. And swarms are kind of the best way, or from swarms, it's best way to be kind of getting is from, you know, using Poke Radar. I don't know how far I would honestly be going with the Poke Radar if I would be using that. Not completely sure, indeed. Is it Gen 4? Interesting. Oh, nice. I hate how close these relics are in here. Oh. Slowpoke is a Shining Pearl exclusive. That's interesting. Always gotta love the interesting. And I thought that Skiploom was a person exclusive, but it was. Oh, both Skiploom. I hope it would depend on what area you're in. Interesting. Very interesting. Should I be getting... should I be getting the thing called the Poke Radar change to 100 and then I will be... or 99 and then the, the 100th one would be having... guaranteed 5 perfect IVs? I don't know if I have a patience to be doing that because Poke Radar... to be kind of annoying in that it can just be breaking for funsies. Because why not? Why wouldn't you want it to be randomly breaking even though you're technically doing everything correctly? And I'm also pretty sure that in the remakes there is no way to be trailing beforehand as well. Because in the originals, there has been no way that you could be... you could have been getting, indeed... like, knowing the fact that did the chain break or not beforehand. Like, few clues, like, if you would be paying close enough attention, that is, you need to, like, actually be paying quite a close attention to the fact. What do you... yeah, I don't really know. I never hear people talking about it. Also soon sunset chime since I did switch the time. It should be the sunset chime, right? Yeah, soon. Nice. But yeah, we'll see though, we'll see. Definitely want to be doing another one of those ones indeed. Poke Radar is such a fun thing to be messing around with, even though it's frustrating. But as I said, the problem with it that I will always be saying is that it do be requiring quite a good amount of like attention to be... you need to be paying a bunch of attention to it, so like... you have to. It's not like it's too easy to be like closing out and continuing later either. So once you get a Poke Radar chain going, you more or less need to be keeping it on. Oh, now I can. Oh, it wasn't fast enough. Jeez, did you want to be there quickly? I guess I'll wait then. Oh yeah, I can't be encountering you yet. Gonna quickly check out one thing. Anyways, there we go. Check things out. So for a nice trick I need to be switching after this Swiss in front because I'm out of moves. I mean, I have a curse, but you know, I can't be bothered to be waiting that long. Did you know that there is Dynamax Pokemons in the round 100? No way! There is Dynamax Pokemons there. It's not like there isn't a bunch of them anyways there. Usually the case is that there is, you know, not Dynamax, Great Dance in places. It's, you know, quite a big shocker that there is, you know, Dynamax Pokemons. I don't know if I can believe it. I encounter this Swirlix first, then I will be going for the Minchino. Since it was boosted. Otherwise, as I said, I don't really care too much about the Swirlix. You know, if it's boosted, then yes. Why not? Should be checking it. Oh wait. Seems like I kind of got through it, but anyways. Stuffle. Run away from you. You there. Another Stuffle. Better love the little fella. And the final yellow one. Be hilarious, that's for sure. Already found one. It's not like I can be finding another one or anything like that. It's impossible. Only one can be found. I will still say one thing though. I will probably never understand why type immunities are anything in Pokemon Go. I kind of get it, but I kind of get it that it doesn't have it, but at the same time, like, why? It's just so stupid. I mean, it's kind of, I mean, I guess, you know, Scarlet and Violet did get it from there that, you know, in Scarlet and Violet, if you're doing the, if you're like using the Let's Go method, it doesn't also be doing anything to the immunities. It kind of just ignores them. So let's say that one of the types would be making you immune to... Let's say that you're ground type and the other type would be water. It would be, I think, considered just to be either neutral or super effective because it just doesn't care about that you're immune to it. Which is so odd. That's a nice thunder. So, rain? Possibly? Apparently, in 2 hours, thunderstorm may even hit us, but we'll see, we'll see. if things, you know, seems to be going too bad, then, you know, I'll be going off then. But I guess it's nice to be getting at least rain. But yeah, indeed, yeah, we'll probably never be getting it. Why? But Pokemon Go and with Pokemon Go and indeed Scarlet and Violet Let's Go method doesn't take in the immunities. Pokemon Go I get more why it doesn't do it, but I think like Let's Go method in Scarlet and Violet it should be taking that to account. Because I remember so many times I'm like going with a type that is, you know, immune to the thing, so I'm like thinking that I'm not gonna be taking any damage because I'm immune to it with one type, but no, you're still taking a bunch of damage. I mean, would it be then making, if like immunities would be taken to a hold, you would be going with a crown type to a high level area with electric types, would it be making it OP to be leveling? Kind of. Not really. Kind of. Because I think it still like takes to account like the level difference between you two. Considering the fact that so many times I've been going for ones that in outbreaks, for example, that so many times I use so many outbreaks anyways. You know, the few times I've been using outbreaks, been using, you know, the knocking down method to them, and they're like level 2. And I'm like level 100. Like, they don't do anything, but if I would be going for the same Pokemon that, you know, is still like super effective and everything, it would be doing a lot more damage in a higher level area, which makes sense. How would they be able to do a bunch of damage to me if I'm... I will say the one good thing that if it would be nice and rainy, it would be meaning that, you know, free car wash as well. That's nice. You know, if it's like big enough and for long enough as well, it's gonna be nice car wash indeed. Also, I guess the good thing is that even if they, you know, we will be getting the electricity be going down, then, you know, switch P switch. Probably the best thing about Switch is that it's Switch, so, you know, it doesn't matter if there would be a power outage. And still keep going. Not be losing anything, you know. But yeah, it was expected. I knew that there has been thunderstorms nearby indeed for a few days, so yeah, was expected. I don't like really that the thunderstorm part would be hitting us, but as I said, gotta love the rain. And I really hope the rain will be hitting us. Which is quite likely. It is Stuffle nice. I was thinking like how do I get to be only encountering this Stuffle? I might not be getting around to be doing that, but maybe. There we go. Nice. I don't honestly remember because I don't think it happens to me too often, like when there is a thunderstorm that it would be hitting the building. Like, I don't think that that happens too often. So I'm almost never like in a situation that there is indeed a you know, power outage when there is thunderstorm. And then again, you know, most of the places do be, at least in here, be built for, like, there is some sort of, like, protection against it. Even though this is a very old house. I still remember, though, that, and my cousins, that when I used to, like, live in there, like, near them and stuff like that, and visit them over the summer. I remember that they did have like that kind of like protection against like thunderstorms. Like if it would be hitting the house, that the outlets would be sparking, or like a few specific ones. And jeez, was it scary. Then again, it is kind of weird as well now that I actually think about it. That it was so bound to be hitting the house because it was like kind of in the middle of the forest. You know, there would be like taller trees that it could be hitting instead. Then again, like the place that the house is in, it's like quite, like it's not like the trees are that far away from it, but they still like a large like semi-flat area. And there is definitely a lake nearby, so there's that as well. Because the strangest thing is that, you know, that we did live at some point in a 2-story building. And it was kind of the... I mean, we did have tall trees, so it wasn't like the tallest thing nearby, but it was... You know, still definitely one of the highest things there. But I guess that the place's good thing was that it was like a hill that, you know, the higher you go, the road, you know, higher the hill is. The situation, and we were almost at the bottom, so guess that helped out. I don't know. I still remember though that I did have a bunch of dreams about it, because I think that I was afraid of thunderstorms at that some point. Because when I was a kid, I did have a dream that, like, at the end of our, like, driveway, there was indeed, you know, a thunderstruck there. I don't know why. I still don't know why I do remember it so well after all these years. But it do be like that, I guess. And it never happened. Because I doubted a little bit that I would be moving there, back there. I've talked about it, that the place that I used to live in when I was a little kid, that it is unfortunately kind of a dead place. It didn't get, you know... It didn't get that much of a thing to be moving to the future. About a bunch of that place's problem that it's never gonna be that good because of it, which is unfortunate. This place wants to be spawning nice things. There hasn't definitely been a Farfetch'd in a while. I will be shocked if I can be running out of the astute moves today, though. Doesn't look like it has that much at only 25, so be shockingly low amount of Farfetch'd if I don't run out of these dudes' moves. But yeah, it seems like today is at least a little bit more lucky than past few times in here. Because in the first hour I did get almost to the 150 checks, and this one I would like to say at least 100. 30-ish. Be getting to 2,780 or 85 even. Oh, don't be too bad. It's still like decent amount of time, so you know I could be getting closer even. Yes, there has been nicely things in here today. Got all of those days indeed. There we go. Ooh, nice. All 3 targets that I'm looking for in here. Of course, I do be the main target indeed. Will be the main target indeed there as well, but 2 of the other ones that... As I said, I'll be encountering other things because 5% only, and I can be bothered to just be biking about before I find, you know, far-fetched. It'll be a thing that I'll be resolving into if I will be finding everything else in here, though. Including the gender difference that is, you know, visible in the like the one from the ones that are visibly available in the overworld, not counting like the random grass ones. Because, you know, they don't give me more far-fetched, unfortunately. And don't be giving me more far-fetched indeed. But, oh, as I said, plenty of times we won't be going. But if I'm thinking about it, one more Stuffle, 2 Minchinos, 2 Wobbuffets, and 2 Drifloons. Would be the thing indeed. Definitely possible. I mean, no matter what, it's gonna be always the case. Do I have it completed or not? that in almost every single situation I'll be encountering the one that has the Aura AK boosted one. It's only very few exceptions is that if it's... It did happen once already that there was a boosted Swirlix, but since I want to be the first encounter to be the target if I can be doing it like that, I did skip on it, plus you know I have already 2 of them. I don't really need the 3rd one. As I said, if I want one, if I get one, I want it to be from the Linwood. Because, you know, peak up and everything. But we'll see, we'll see. Yeah, at least 80 is possible, maybe 85. But anyways, we'll be having a break soon indeed. Breaks are as always good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a break, some other shape or form, you know. Can I please be getting some encounters game? Not just Swirlix everywhere. Imagine if you could just be turning off certain encounters. I know the Repel trick was a thing, but still, or it is still a thing, but it's not, you know, in the new games. Okay. How are you? I know there is scary sounds. There is some scary sounds happening. But I have a feeling that, I mean, you're right now underneath a window, so if the rain would be getting in from there before I can be closing it, it can be hitting you. But other than that, you're good. I did just yesterday be cleaning the window though, in this room. We cleaned this room yesterday. Cat is a little bit upset because the bed is in, you know, having everything in as it usually does. You know, we did clean them and everything. The weird thing is that I think that she doesn't really like that, you know, how the bed is feeling right now, because there is literally just the bed itself. In itself there, indeed. But then again, why would she be spending time there if she doesn't like it? Well, she do be what she do be. She do be what she do be, you know. She do be a silly little cat, that's for sure. I guess squishing at least one more encounter, maybe two if lucky. Then it's indeed time for a break. I might be sitting again in the overworld for this one then. Knock out this one anyways, to be checking out if there's another Farfetch waiting for us. Would be quite nice if there would be. There is nice. I'm gonna leave it there though, indeed. There isn't anything too interesting there. There we go. Let's see then. Stuffle first, so, you know, can be getting another Farfetch'd, you know, there. Stuffle first, indeed. But yeah, I was kind of thinking that would there be really any... Would there really be any hunts that I would, like, stop doing if I find it in another game? Because I don't usually like to be doing that. Because I feel like if I have started a hunt somewhere, I'll be doing it. I guess, like, so what if I already have it? You can never be having too many shinies. Can never be having too many shinies, indeed. I mean, maybe at the point that you would be literally running out of space everywhere, but it's a different story. 15 more Farfetch to go and then I'm out of my muse if I don't knock down something. Something else in the way, of course, which is definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. That was a nice trick, though. Was even a boosted one in the middle of them. So that's pretty nice. It's pretty nice indeed. I will also say that I find it interesting that people go for sometimes very specific marks for Pokemons in Scarlet and Violet, because I mean you can be going for them in this game as well, but a little bit unlikely. I don't know why that could be the case. But yeah. They do be nice, as I said, they do be giving your Pokemon personality and everything. But yeah. There's, I guess, few that I wouldn't be minding to do myself. There isn't too many that I'm too interested in. You know, if I ever want to, then, you know, it's always an option. The problem is, though, that I don't personally... Like, I think, like, Tidal Power 3 for, like, my liking would be too much. But then again, if I would be only getting Tidal Power and not Sparkling Power or something like that, then I guess I wouldn't mind it as much. I know there is every once in a while those special outbreaks that you're more likely to be getting certain marks with them. Then again, they are kind of ridiculously boosted. But yeah, a thing I didn't know, I did just realize it like moments ago, like yesterday. I think it was Tumbus or something like that on YouTube, but I did watch like it was going for in a day as many more shinies as possible. And I didn't know that since, you know, there was the change for outbreaks, that they fixed the outbreaks in, you know, when the DLC did first drop. And I didn't know that it affected Lycan Rock. Like, before the update, it was the case that if you would be having... If you would be having, let's say, a... whatever form of Lycan Rock, and it just switches the time of day, it would be switching to each. But Lycan Rock did switch to be working in the way that if you have the midnight one, it's always gonna be the midnight one. For example. Which is kind of annoying, because then if you want to be going for a dusk form Lycan Rock, you have it, you know, as usual, the 3-minute window to be doing it. But the problem is that you also have the 3 minutes to be searching for it. So if you don't find it in that like 3-minute window, even though when you're like resetting and stuff, it's gonna be like not as big of a deal. But still, it's a little annoying. But yeah, it is unfortunate that it is so annoying to be looking for it. But then again, I get it. You know, it's supposed to be a rare one, so, you know, let it be the rare one. But it is annoying. Yeah, I don't really know what I would be. And there's few mark hunts that I definitely will be doing at some point. I just, you know, I'll be waiting until I can get hunt or two out of the way first. And stuff along those lines, but yeah. Yes, indeed, I don't really know what I'll be doing. I guess if I really want to be going for like personality marks or whatever, things like that, then I need to be, again, be going ahead and using those online tools to be seeing like how I will be able to get encounter power and title power, but not a sparkling power. If that is even possible, because it could be a thing that it's not possible. But then again, why couldn't it be a possibility? Because there is the two options that either if I can't be finding one that would be encounter power and title power, then I want to be getting an outbreak with the title power, or just, you know, encounter power and be a little bit more annoyed with it. And also, you know, I don't really want to be using Herba Mysticus as well. I know that it should be a possibility with Herba Mysticus. But we'll see, we'll see. It's gonna be interesting though, but there's still one in mind that I will be doing first though. And also, as usual, I'm completely fine myself with level 2 for anything. Because I know that getting level 3 is kind of hard without getting to be using Herba Mysticus. And as I said, I don't really want to be using too many Herba Mysticus. Because I don't have too many of them, and also the few that I have that I want to be saving. In the case that I want to be doing something interesting with them in the future. I meant to knock you down, but anyways. I'm afraid that I might be encountering the Wobbuffet there. I'm quite close to it. I can escape it. Definitely trying to be encountering me though. Oh, another Farfetch. That should be another 5% because you know it's not like this would be most likely be doing anything that I knock down anything in like up there. So that's pretty nice. I mean, it's not like I haven't seen a bunch of Drifloons, so you know it's not that new that I hit a bunch of 5%. You know, 5% is pretty generous. I wonder if anyone has made a list of every 1% encounter. I doubt it. Oh. I didn't think that I was close enough to the grass there. I don't think that there is. There is like a fee finding like in certain games. And even those don't include every Pokemon. Because I did find one for Sword and Shield, but did it mention 1% fishing Lapras? Like, surely you can be finding it somewhere else, but you know. It's still 1% in somewhere. Oh yeah, speaking of Lapras, I like when I was looking for Farfetch'd, I kind of realized the fact that I don't think that I have really noticed and I don't really hear people talk as much. I know some people do, but it's not as much to be talked about. Is that, you know, Unova is supposed to be the reboot of the series, you know. Almost every single, in quotes, important Pokemon did have a Gen 5 counterpart. You know, there do be the muscly fellas, and there do be a rock type, and there do rock type that is trade final evolution. There do be the Pokeball Pokemon. Stuff along those lines. And I'm like thinking like, game-wise it really isn't the case. Like gameplay-wise there really isn't that much similarities. Pokemons definitely are like similar-ish. So you know, that is like, yeah. I mean not everything of course, but there is a bunch of them that do be having a counterpart from Gen 1 and Gen 5. But I was just thinking like Gen 6 or Kalos games specifically in there, they are pretty similar to Kanto. Or most of the Kanto games. I don't know how much, but there's like few gift Pokemon that you receive that are kind of similar what you would be getting in the Kanto games. There is indeed, for example, Lapras that you'll be surfing, and no, Lapras was used for quite some time to be the surfing one. It's not like it would be only in Gen 2, but anyways. Gen 1 was a weird one though. It could have been the Lapras, because it would be making sense as well, because Lapras was indeed the one that you would be getting as a Pokemon kind of close when you were like starting about to be getting surfing. Not really, but kind of. I know that, you know, Gen 1 did have its limits. It didn't have maybe enough room to be making for Lapras' separate sprite outside of battle, but could have been. And also the Farfetch being a trade is interesting. Because I don't think, I'm gonna double check, but I don't think too many of like trade Pokemon are like repeated in Pokemon games. Game it's it's Mr. Mime, the Nidorans. The Nidorino that you can be getting, interestingly enough. Pikachu, Jinx, Farfetch, Electro, Tangle, and Seal. Also Night Chime. And the beautiful in between though first. Of course, like in the same generation there has been the same ones like Mr. Mime and stuff like that. There's some games that you just give different Pokemon, yeah. Then on Yellow there is Mr. Mime, Machoke, Ginjo, Machamp, Dugtrio, Parasect, Rhydon, Dugong, and Mach. There was an unused Mew for Mew that I know of. It's a Pidgeot to Pidgeot as well. Why? Butterfree the breeder I can kind of get, but also don't really. Gold and Silver, there's Onyx, Machop, Voltorb, Rhydon, Aerodactyl, Rapidash. There's some same ones, the Onyx, Machop, Voltorb, Aerodactyl. They are, you know, a little changing, but then there's also added Dodrio, Saju, and Magneton in Crystal. I remember the Dodrio trade because I remember that, you know, it is one of the ones that is on the worst like raids to be doing. It's a Dragonair Dodrio. which is kind of bad. There was also an unused one for Venusaur Charizard. Interesting, I don't know that. But it changed. Just scared me. Double immediate encounter. In Gen 3 there's Makuhita, Skitty, and Corsola, like they're bad Pokemons, that what their thing is that they are good at contests. I don't know if I read today free to remix this Mr. Mime, Nidorans, Nidorina, and Nidorino. Ligiton, Chinks, Farfetch, Electro, Tangela, and Steel, basically the same ones. And in the same kind of situation is also in Emerald that you get Cedar plus Olo, Horsey, and Meowth, but you know, they have good contest stats again. And there's few I see in XD, it's Elekid and Meditai, Shuckle and Larvitar. There's only a few of them I see. In Diamond Pearl and Platinum there's Approachable Haunter and the Forgotten Language, Magikarp. Outcrow Soul Silver also seems to be a one that there's like some changes, but not as much. There's Onyx Machop Voltorb still there, there's Magneton Exachu. Then there's Onyx Machop Voltorb, Dotrio, Magneton, Exachu, indeed there. There's a Forgotten Language, a Pikachu. Specifically a female one, I see. From Surge that you get. I knew about the Beldum thing because I remember that I heard it somewhere that if you have the fortress that you need to be in order to be evolving, or not evolving, but to be getting the Beldum from Steven, that if you have a high enough friendship, it has like a different text, which is a cool little touch, that's for sure. Rhyhorn and Steelix as well. Oh, but doobie what it doobie. In Black and White there is the Coronary Petal little trait to one that you don't have in your game. And Basculin may be the same with Minccino. At least, you know, you get one on the one game, the other one to the other. Yeah, you can also be getting an Emolga from trading. The Rotom is nice. Be also be getting a Munchlax, which is pretty neat. Blackchew and Whitechew. Again, the Coronary Petal little thing. You can be getting straight away a Gigalith, which is kind of good. Which is kind of interesting to think about. That I don't think that anyone really says anything about it, and I just noticed it myself. That, but you know, you give the Boldor to like get an Emolga in the first the Black and White games, and then when you trade an Emolga to Gigalith, you can be getting a Gigalith in return. So you can kind of think that you could be getting your own Pokemon back, in quotes. We'll be getting a tank road, another Rotom, Amy Portman, Alakazam. Okay. And then there's the weird ones that you will be getting, like if you do the things with Yancy or Curtis. I'm not gonna even talk about them, they're so weird. You can be getting quite a good amount of Pokemons with them though. But it's kind of hard to be getting anything done with them though. It's interesting though, interesting indeed. Yeah, next on why there is Farfetch'd Steelix, Bisharp, one of the Kalos starters. Rolls, Magikarp and an E. You can be getting a straight Pokemons. Sharp is interesting. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, same as the regular ones. Magvita, Skitty, and Corsola. In Sun and Moon, we can be getting a matchup bounce with Borrower, Happy. Alolan Graveler that evolves into Golem, Steenie, and a Talonflame. Why is there a bounce with Anastini? And at least I guess they are holding like into a Z item, but that's interesting. Matchup has been like one of the most common ones I have noticed. And on the Ultra games, you can be getting Haluch, Noibat, Barbo, Charbok, Phantom to Trevenant, West Shallows, and Tauros. Again, with quite a good amount of them be holding to an item. And let's go, it's just, you know, the non-Alola form to Alola form thing. And on Sword and Shield, I discovered Meowth. Couldn't Togepi, Helena, or Impedium. Depending on the game, Mia Mask, the Unova one. Thrower, Sock depending on the game, Mr. Mime and Duraludon. Mr. Mime in here makes sense because, you know, it is that you get the non form of that. And also in the DLC you can be getting in the non-Galarian one to a non-Galarian one trades. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Brilliant, Sapra, Shadow, Haunter, and Magikarp, that is Forgan. Scarlet and Violet, there is Snom, Wooper, Haunter to Gengar again. And then, you know, there is the bunch of Pokemons that you can be getting in the Indigo disc. Just nice. So there is more than I thought to be repeatable ones, but then again, there is quite a good amount of like unique ones as well. Isn't as much repeating as I thought that it could be. Well, my job is like, as I said, it makes sense that you would be getting it. You can even be getting him a champ in some games. I think it's only in yellow, but anyways. Maybe it was in Japanese blue, but still pretty cool to be getting them. I will say that I rarely be using like in-game traits for anything. More for the reason that I just like to be able to name them myself. And also because most of the things can be either found in the wild anyways, or I don't really care about too much to be getting it. But anyways, it do be what it do be. Interesting nonetheless. But I love them. Apparently they're doing another 7-star Ray boss in Scarlet and Violet. I feel like it hasn't been that long from the last one, but I don't mind it. But I will still say that I don't really care too much to be getting them either. But cool choices nonetheless. If you want to be spending your time to be doing them. It would be kind of crazy that, you know, we are most likely gonna be getting different starters in Legends CA, you know, kind of like Legends Arceus style. It's interesting gonna be sick that I doubt that they will be doing it, but they technically could. That would they be doing? They be like adding like the special forms into Scarlet and Violet and have like special rates for them. Don't know, maybe. They could, but I kind of doubt it because it's not like they have been doing it too much that they would be going to be adding them to the previous games as much, you know? But maybe. It is definitely a possibility. I will say that it's kind of sad with, you know, backwards compatibility and everything. Capability, whatever my thing. That, you know, since, you know, Pokemon's to be getting new forms and everything, that, you know, I don't think that you can be transferring them to previous games. Which, you know, of course it makes sense, but it's a little sad. Like, I understand that maybe not the evolution if it has it, but could it be cool to be able to get, I know, the Hisuian starters, for example, to this game? It would, but understandably it's not a thing, because they rarely do be going back to be adding them to the games. By that I mean I don't think that they have done it ever. But maybe? I could kind of see them be doing it if for some reason we would be getting be the case that a next game is said to be the last like main series game. And then there's gonna be just like side games like Legends series, for example, just being there. Then I could be seeing them to be adding them to the main series game. But apart from that, it's unfortunate that, you know, you can't be getting them in here. But if you could, that would be kind of cool, if you ask me. So that reminds me, I kinda want to check out one thing because I'm not sure about it. Let's go to you, I guess. Work. I think I already know the answer to this, but let's check it anyways. I thought so. Yeah, because I was like quite sure it wasn't the case, but I was thinking like, could some of the forms, like let's say the Situai, could it be in Legends Arceus, but it seems like, you know, it's not possible, which is, I understand it, but why not? I mean, I don't know, could there be like for some Pokemon that, I mean, I guess in the case of like Voltorb, it would be the case indeed that they would be evolving into the more modern day versions, so it kind of makes sense why you can't be like having the regular one from like nowadays day in there. I don't know. I guess. I mean, they are called Hishui forms, but maybe they are more like past forms before they evolved into what we have now, and if we would be getting a Pokemon game in the further future, would be confirmed to be from a further future, they could be technically, like, some Pokemon could be evolved further somehow. That's why they look so different. And it's kind of, I guess, a way to be looking at Hishui forms. And it doesn't really work that well, but I mean, I don't know, really. Actually, I don't know, maybe it does. Because I was thinking that it's like one Hishui form that I can think of that you can be finding, like, in the wild. Wild in Scarlet and Violet, and it's Hishui and Coilfish. But then I thought, because it's in like the polar biome, so what if it would be just frozen in time? Then they like rediscovered it, like it was frozen in an ice block or something like that, and then they discovered it, and then they like started to be like repopulating them. I guess let me think. There's Hishui and Quillfish, there is Hishui and Growlithe that you can be getting, but it's only with like trading in quotes. Receive it as a gift. Walter was indeed for special outbreaks. Quillfish can be found in the AC place of the terrarium indeed. Link and this transfer only. Maybe it could be the case that Hishui uniforms are strictly like Hishui uniforms. They are just the Pokemon like after evolution. Never thought it that way, but I guess it could be. I mean, of course, like once we do be getting concrete evidence about it, I'm gonna actually take a look at list of Hishui and Pokemon. Hishui and not Hishui and Pokemon, but Hishui and Hishui and forms. Because yeah, Growlithe is technically available in Scarlet and Violet, but it's via one trade. Walter was in a special outbreak. Typhlosion was a thing and all the starters were a thing in the Terra raids, so they are like special in that way. There is Quillfish, that is the one that you can be finding in the wild. Sneasel transfer only. Samuraj, as I said, it's the starter. Lillicant, as I said, also is transfer only. Zoroark, or Zoroark. Zoroark was available as the gift, like, for a little while, but you can still be transferring it. Same with Braviary. Still given good dress while I have a log. Yeah. Good reason why Quillfish was found in the wild in the DLC, because it was indeed in the ice and like was frozen in the ice for X amount of time. And once they like did discover it, they did just, you know, think that it would be like just an like a nice Pokemon, and that's why they did put it after they have like made more of them. Or saved more of them, whatever they did do to them. They did put it like in the polar biome, you know, in the closed area, where they wouldn't be going into extinction anymore. Oh. And maybe that's why, like, if it would be frozen in ice for X amount of time and after that it was rediscovered, maybe like some of them did go somewhere else, and once like what they said, the ice melted, they were like in the ice so long, they become a water type because of that. Oh. Thinking of stupid things, why things are like that they are. I don't know, maybe. It could be the case. And maybe the reason... I don't know what would be really the reason why it wouldn't be evolving anymore. It's just because I'm thinking of Hishui forms. That they were just like that. Like in the past, and then they like evolve into what we have nowadays. You know, Voltorb not being an Apricot Pokeball kind of a thing anymore, it's more of like a modern Pokeball, because Voltorb was anyways discovered in the way that it was when Pokeballs were started to be used. Which kind of means that Voltorb itself isn't really a Pokemon, it has some sort of like a spirit or whatever that is controlling it. And whatever they use for like Pokemon capturing devices could be like Voltorbs in a way. Oh. I guess maybe that's the reason why Sneasel turned into, you know, an ice type, because it's mostly found in Legends Arceus, the Hisuian one in icy places or cold places. And maybe because, you know, maybe it got warmer, you know, over time. They did go into the caves and that's why they become dark types. Because they still evolve in the same way. It's just like time of day difference. Ooh. Interesting. Buddy. There's definitely a reason why they are like that, though. As I said, it just kind of makes sense to me now that I think about it, that just Hishui forms would be like how they did evolve, kind of like what you can think of, like what Paradox Pokemons are. You know, don't fan form past, don't fan form a future kind of a thing. So now it kind of interests me to be seeing a Pokemon game where we would be getting like Pokemons that are evolved like to adapt to the things in the future. I would kind of like that, but we'll see. Maybe one day. Hmm. Maybe. I don't really know what a future Pokemon game could be. But I would kind of like to be seeing more future Pokemon, or what Pokemons would be looking in the future. But then again, I will also say that Past is, I don't know why past, especially in games, is always very interesting. I do notice that I do be tending to be playing like games that are set up in like in the old days. I guess it's kind of interesting to be seeing how games will be like telling certain things. But anyways, we're gonna be having a break soon. Nice little break indeed. I also will be hitting 3,000 checks in, I would like to say, 20-ish minutes afterwards, after the break. Maybe even a little bit sooner, depending on how far we can be getting in. This hour I see there has been a little bit more in the quiet side, that's for sure. But it's still, you know, a decent amount of checks. I'll take, you know, any amount of checks that one can be getting. That's a bunch of Swirlix this time around. Unfortunately. It is what it is, though. It do be like that. Probably can't be doing too much to it at all. It's within this time in a battle, I see. We'll be getting going soon then. Anyways. Gonna run away from you already. So hopefully something nice spawns in. Maybe far-fetched even. It's another Boba Fett. I want to look at Boba Fett again. I'm interested in one thing. Boba Fett, is there a reason why people hunt it in certain places? I didn't know that why not evolves that quickly. It's level 15 that it needs to be, then it's evolving. That's interesting. I thought it would be like later, but anyways. Pretty quick, you know, for... Oh, that's the reason, yeah, that makes sense. Because I was thinking, like, why people hunt Where I see so many people hunting in Chen 2 Wava Fed from the game corner, it makes sense. Because in Crystal it's only in Dark Cave at nighttime. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like I've been getting this dude out a bunch of times. What do you? Makes sense. Why people hunted there then? So, you know, if you don't have a time or you can't be bothered to be switching the time all the time, then yeah, it's definitely the best way to be going about it. Speaking of nighttime only hunts, I should probably continue my Murkrow hunt in Brilliant Diamond. It's a hunt that I do on my own though. Because it's at nighttime and I know that it doesn't do anything in PDSP if you're like going just for like nighttime encounters. But also the hunt that the place that I'm doing the hunt in is on my Switch Lite, so you know, it's hard to be streaming it. And you know, I'd rather also be having some hunts that I do on my own, because why not? Anyways, well, Buffett being so close to it that I might have been needing to be knocking it down. Because unfortunately it can be switching now because, you know, Shadow Tag is a thing. Come on, Farfetch'd, I believe in you, you can show up. I know I'm scary. A Pokemon trainer, I knocked down a bunch of Farfetch'd. I know I'm scary like that. It would be very nice if you would be showing up, so could you please? Oh. I should be able to avoid the Minchino. Yeah, I can avoid this Minchino that I just encountered. I should be able to avoid the Swirlix. Just need to be moving a little bit to the side. That should be it. And I'll be avoiding the Pokemon that I just encountered, as one does. Also, thank you again for giving me a Farfetch'd. Appreciate it a ton. Also, didn't even realize that I'm almost out of this dude's first move. That's nice. But yeah, one thing that I have seen a lot of recently and kind of bothers me a lot is that whenever I do be seeing those kinds of shorts, reels, whatever things, those kinds of, you know, short videos anyways, that when it comes to art do's and don'ts, I understand them to a point. But at the same time, can't just people be doing what they want to be doing? Can they just be doing that? Because I don't know, for me at least, it would be a little discouraging to be getting like, don't do this, do this instead. I understand that sometimes, like, you know, it might be looking more realistic or better in the way, but everyone still has their own things that they want to be doing, different styles. So I don't really understand why there need to be those. I mean, as I said, I don't mind them as tips themselves, but I just don't like that they are indeed like labeled as do's and don'ts. Because, I mean, for me it would be just fine if it would be dead. Like, in the way that have you thought of doing this thing in drawings this way? Or if you want to be going for a certain style, this would be a better way to be doing it. It's just, for me, it's a little discouraging in a way. The idea is cool what they are doing, but the way that they are doing it, at least for my eyes, is a little strange. Odd. But anyways, because I believe do whatever way you want. Drawing. I guess the thing is that basically no matter what you do in a drawing sense, someone is gonna be disliking it. It is just the unfortunate truth. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, it's just this what it is. You do you know. You need to be getting your practice anyway from somewhere, and you know, I do be liking silly drawings every once in a while. Not everything needs to be, you know, in quotes, good looking and perfect, whatever my thing is. There can be, you know, there is always room for silly ones. Yeah, I guess in general I don't mind like tips that you could be doing differently. It could be also my personality that I don't really like to be told what not to do. Could be that as well. Partially there. I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that you be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. And also I don't think that I can be hitting it in 20 minutes, the 3000 unfortunately. If I don't all of a sudden just be getting incredibly fast encounters, there's gonna be the far-fetched chain is gonna be continuing forever. 10 would definitely be a goal to be hitting. And it's definitely a goal to be getting, like, a streak. It's like a very good amount. Getting 10 of this in a row. Definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. But yeah, another thing that I have started to be doing recently is that I started to be playing Minecraft again. It is kind of the thing that, you know, sometimes having motivation to be doing it, sometimes you don't. Taking a nice long break and such. And our main thing is right now to be emptying like big enough space so we can be getting a ridiculously overpowered witch farm. It's gonna be requiring a bunch of mining, that's for sure. It's not like we already have like one very OP farm right now, and it's a creeper farm. I will say that much, that cheese is the cat noise in the game, a little annoying after you have like 72 of them in your and like very close by to you there. They're loud somehow. I don't know how could that be, but they do be loud indeed. Ah, there goes that streak. It was a pretty good streak though, I think it was 5 Pokemons. I'm gonna check next time that getting an encounter. Could have been like 5 streak there, that's pretty good. hitting the 20% 4 times in that case. Or I think it's a 20% boost. It was 5 times because I did have 1 psychic there and then 4 of the other ones used. So that's halfway there, the 10 that I really want to be hitting. So it would be cool. Kind of, you know, a rare thing to be getting. Can we get another 5 streak from this? I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna be getting another 5 streak from this. A bit too lucky. Be getting 6 instead. It's not a 5 streak, it's a 6 streak then. We'll see, we'll see. Nah. Unfortunately no, but it's fine. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe this Thursday I would be continuing Teacup Hunt. I was kind of thinking that I could be doing that indeed. I kind of want to count the... I don't think the total is up to date, so I'm gonna be doing that real quickly. So I thankfully have it nicely opened. There's Sinisty. At least 30,000, which seems so low. I mean, to be fair, I have been doing, you know, this like more consistently, I guess. Still. And also I've been getting like nice and quick faces there as well. So that definitely helps. Just curious what is actually the overall faces in there. Sinisty Hunt indeed. And that is sort of indeed charmed haunting. The Sinisty I already have. I have it started as a charmed hunt, so I mostly will be doing charmed hunt for it. Also be doing that indeed. think that I'm that far into the current phase. I should be having the most up-to-date, but I'm gonna of course be double checking. I'm gonna double check. Good thing that I did. Gotta be missing out on this dude. If my calculations are correct, I'm currently like phase was like the phases is 35,190. If I did count indeed correctly. I'll do a double check on that though. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, maybe I could be continuing it. It's been a while. If I remember correctly, the last time that I did Hunt Teacup was Halloween. We'll do around the Halloween time last year because I think actually no. I was hunting this on December. It seems like December 4th last year. I thought it was. Okay. Yeah, but then again, you know, I personally don't mind, you know, doing solo hunting anyways. It is fine with me. So I don't think that I really have realized that this is already a 4 streak with Farfetch'd. We got another 5 streak. Let's go. Can we get to the 10 then? To the 10 streak. Because I knocked down 2 and then I did have 4 left, and now I'm out of that. Well, we'll see. Another 5 though. Proud of that. Very proud of that indeed. Nice 5 streak again. Oh yeah. Since it's indeed 6 in here and 6 PM, it was said that there should be, or there could be, a thunderstorm incoming. It's gonna be interesting to be seeing. At least it's, you know, smelling like there is rain nearby. Don't hear anything though. It could be that it's, you know, gone. Yeah, sometimes, you know, they do be going quite small quickly. Interesting to be seen, indeed. This game today. That's about it. Some DS, I'm very surprised about that. Very much of a surprise. Just, you know, casual playing of the game as well. Someone is streaming until they can be finding a shiny Pokemon. That's interesting. I mean, I wouldn't mind to be doing maybe one of those. I want it to be like a one that it wouldn't be too easy, but also not too hard. EAs could be good for that, or eggs, but I don't know. Bullets wouldn't be bad of an idea. Legends Arceus for that would be definitely out of the question. Way too easy. And then... Scarlet and Violet is a maybe. Scarlet and Violet are weird games, though I sometimes be getting ridiculously lucky in them, so... But no. DS wouldn't be too bad. Or eggs. Because, you know, they take some time for sure, but at the same time... They're not too hard. Because, you know, at the same time, you know, I don't want the stream to be going forever. I guess that's, you know, always a possibility. I mean, it's not really, but I mean... 12 hours is... okay to me. Anything after that is kind of don't know territory. I mean, the thing is also like if you know feeling like it, then you know you just be going. It is a thing. And I will still say that if I ever will be doing a subathon, I will be doing it in a way that if I ever will be doing a subathon, I will be doing it in the way that I will be having breaks. I'm not gonna be doing them. I go always. I will see. We'll see. Because the problem is that even though I don't really have anywhere that I need to be going always, but also at the same time I really want to be going sometime somewhere. But I guess if I would be doing it, if I would be doing a subathon, since I would be doing it a certain amount of hours a day, I would be probably doing like a month max, like after like I don't know what I would be doing with it. Because you never really know. Subathons are a weird thing. They can be lasting forever, in quotes, and stuff like that. Then they also might not be. So this almost took 35 minutes to be getting to this point. Well, 3000 has been hit though. So I take that. I'll take that. It'd be kind of cool to be getting another fishing encounter today though. Like to be getting another fishing encounter today indeed. Oh, speaking of fishing, I've been doing quite a good amount of progress on fishing and the Ultra Sun. I did do last night or yesterday combined. I did do 500 there, which is a very decent amount. I was doing other things as well, and you know, stuff along those lines. It's still pretty decent. If I really want to be getting 1,000 ton today, if it is gonna be keeping going in the amount that I've been doing them today, be able to get them as such. It'll be 7 hours. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think that it's possible to be getting into 23,000 today. Then it looked promising in the start. To be fair. But we'll see, we'll see. At least, you know, it hit 3,000. If I will be getting 3,400, then, you know, it is 900 encounters, then that's pretty good. But then again, you know, it always can be going either too slower or faster with the amount of encounters. If I can get to 75, I'll be happy. If I can't get 250 before the hour has passed, then I'm gonna be a little disappointed, honestly. Just slightly, though. Just slightly. Definitely not by a bunch. Oh. The problem of that I want to be moving there and you spawning there, how dare you? How dare you be there like that? It's not too nice to just be there like that indeed. Ooh, not a far-fetched. And not a good chance, even though it's not even boosted, so it's not like a regular chance. But anyways, chance nonetheless to be getting the target. Will I be getting, again, very lucky in this patch of grass? I'm not asking for much, game. Asking for a lot. Not asking for a much, but I'm asking for a lot. I was kind of thinking that a one thing could be kind of interesting to be doing maybe at some point. And I can be saying a bunch of the same words in the one sentence as one does. But anyways. Yeah, I was thinking that indeed a fun hunt that I'd be doing at some point is in Let's Go. Be going for a small and a large size Pokemon of every single one of the ones that you know are available there. It would be taking for sure quite some time, but it could be interesting. It could be definitely an interesting thing to be doing, because I was thinking like what kind of interesting hunts there would be in Let's Go to be doing, because there unfortunately really isn't any interesting hunts or interesting Pokemons really to be hunting for. I mean, there is, I guess, always the legendary birds in the wild. That's an option. That would be an interesting hunt. I know that people have been going for them, but still. Could you calm down, Ed? Thank you. Yeah, because I don't really know. Because the problem is that it's the case in Let's Go that either the Pokemons are available in the wild or they are not. You know, like in any other game. But what I mean by that there isn't that many rare things to be hunting there. No, always could be doing, I guess, a living dex in that game, but don't know how into that I am to be doing that. The possibility nonetheless. Yeah. I'm just getting a large and small size shiny Pokemon of all Pokemons in Let's Go could be definitely interesting. I don't really know how I want to be going about it. I was kind of thinking that just getting a catch combo. Like right now, I'm gonna soon check, but I was just thinking getting high enough catch combo so it's quite likely to be getting, you know, certain Pokemons there. And then maybe just have like lures or something like that active. Let's see. If I have a lure active, it's one extra roll. If I don't have a charm, it's one in 2048. The catch combo thing doesn't matter as much if I don't keep it going, so depends on like do I do that or not. Because if I don't keep the catch combo going about, then you know it doesn't matter what my catch combo is for the shiny. Like, it's like there's two ways that I'll be going about it. I think that either I'm gonna be going with the that I have the lure, and like no catch combo, but to be just be getting more, like going to 11 to be getting more of the certain ones there. Or I'll be getting like an unlimited unlimited amount of, yeah, definitely. I'll be just getting catch combo. I mean, I guess if I want to be grinding money, I could be doing both. But then again, the chance doesn't get that high. It's if I do catch combo of 31 plus, it's 341.3, and then it goes to 315.08. The chance if I will be having lure active. So, you know, it isn't that high of a difference. It kind of makes sense though. It's kind of like why mass outbreaks, mass outbreaks aren't that much better in Legends Arceus if you have the shiny charm. The reaches level 10 makes a difference. Like quite a bit of a difference, but after that, if you have the shiny charm, it doesn't make that much of a difference. If it's perfected and shiny charm, then it doesn't make that much of a difference. Or just perfected it, I guess. It's a possibility. But yeah. It does make a difference, but is it that much that it matters? It's a different question. Because, you know, it can't be going as slow after a certain point, you know? But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Then there is of course the one that I'm doing on my own. I haven't done it in ages. I don't even remember when was the last time that I did do it, maybe a year ago. But they're always waiting for me, the hunts. So, you know, I can always be going back to them. That's a good thing about shiny hunting, that it doesn't matter do you feel like doing them today, you can just be doing them another day. And it's a thing that I still recommend, that if you don't really feel like hunting for the day, don't. Don't do it. I will say that I rarely be getting them nowadays. I did used to be getting them quite often at certain points, but I guess it really helped that I don't, first of all, hunt as much anymore after stream. And at certain points I used to be hunting on multiple different systems offline, and I don't know why that does, like, make me want to be doing less hunting. I really don't, it just does. But anyways, to be what to be. Yeah, I don't honestly really know where it did go, because it was the time that I was like, I'm not really into shiny hunting. Also, I guess it could be one thing as well, that I guess I used to be hunting only few things, so, you know, I didn't have the variety of hunting that I do now, which keeps me more motivated of hunting. Because then I guess I don't really feel like I don't do anything. That's, I guess, a good way. I mean, I've always said that that I sometimes just like to be going to Legends Arceus just to be getting easy shinies, because it just keeps me motivated sometimes, getting a shiny there. And, you know, whatever makes you feel like hunting, it's a good thing, right? But anyways, we'll see, we'll see. And the weirdest thing is that on stream I haven't really been playing anything else than just Pokemon in the past couple of months. Even though it's not really my intention to be doing it, it just is what it is, I guess. Should be doing Minecraft at some point, even though I have said this like a year ago. Never get around to be doing it. Never get around to be doing it, indeed. But yeah, we're gonna be having another break soon. I will be getting some ice to my drink. Oh, it's too warm. It's way too warm at this point. And I want a nice, refreshing cold drink. Be getting some ice indeed. Also, now that I think about it, I've been doing this like around 4 hours today. It's kind of insane that I'm almost out of these dude's moves. I know that the first one indeed it wasn't at full like full moves, but still. It still did have a decent amount on the first one. I don't think I'll be getting the 70. 60 is probably not even possible. Unfortunate, but we'll be able to get them soon anyways. Will be indeed. Time to run out of this dude's moves with this streak of Farfetch, right? Definitely will be the case. I think I will be... Nah, I'm gonna try another one. Be leaving... Because the thing is that it's gonna be... If there's gonna be another Farfetch, she's gonna be alone anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. I'm gonna be waiting in the overworld, if that comes down to that. Which it most likely will be. I'm gonna go to here because I don't think that it will be finding me here because No one will. I'm hiding. No one can see me. There we go. Bathroom there. A bunch of things to be saying, that's for sure. I'm gonna be marking down another thing. Just remembered. Pulling even my phone from charge. I don't like Masuda method. Let's get going then. Yeah, I don't like Masuda method myself, it's boring. I'd rather be finding things in the wild. This is indeed the fourth phase that we're doing. We are over 22,000 overall for Farfetched. I may or may not be doing Masuda for the other one, but we'll see. We'll see when we get around to be doing that. But how are you doing, Indie Retro? Hope you're having a good day. And the thing is still that I don't mind longer hunts. It is what it is. I mean, I most of the time don't mind longer hunts. There's few hunts that I don't really like, but I'll be doing them anyways. So I have decided to do them, so I will. Need to be switching course in front. I'm out of moves. Let's get rid of the next one's moves as well. Maybe, maybe. Possible. Definitely. So you don't have the most amount of moves. Yeah, still plenty, but you don't have the most. And I don't know. Another thing is that the reason why I wouldn't... The reason why I'm only considering doing Masuda for the Farfetch'd is that I don't know how I would like to be doing like Masuda hunt for a Pokemon that is barely noticeable. I mean, it's not... Farfetch'd is in the worst option, definitely. But it is like up there. Like, surely there is the sparkle animation thingamathing, but... Still... Don't know. Don't really know about that, indeed. It is always interesting to be hearing how people... I understand the nice things about, of course, like... method hunting, boosted hunting, whatever, mething hunting. But then again, you know... Some people just don't want to be doing... hunts differently, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. As much as there isn't wrong with doing... As much as I will say that as much as there is no longer... as much as there is nothing wrong with doing like boosted odds hunting or indeed method hunting. There's also absolutely nothing wrong with doing full odds. I've said it a bunch of times how it bothers me that for whatever reason people are complaining a bunch that people are hunting in the way that they want to be hunting. Because you do you, it's your shiny, I don't care. I understand, you know, the appeal of fast shinies. Or what should be fast shinies. And as I said plenty of times, it's also kind of the reason why I don't like to be doing always method hunts is that... Because when I'm doing full odds, I'm assuming that it's gonna be taking forever. I'm assuming that it's gonna be taking forever, because like, that is what it is. But I don't know why, but whenever I'm doing like method hunting, I'm always thinking like, I should be getting this faster. Like, how is this taking so long? And as I said, for me it always feels worse to be going over odds when it's... For me, it always feels worse to be going over odds if it's meta hunting compared to full odds hunting. Case in point, Dynamax Adventures. It is annoying, but will definitely be worth it. It definitely will not be staying in my boxes forever. And that's a problem, honestly, with me, that I'm the type of person that I'll just be letting my shinies mostly be in the boxes. I guess, why not? What do I really do with them? Nothing much. I mean, it might be the case again, though, that I might be for funsies bringing like Cernius, Yveltal, and Zygarde if I get them before. If I get all of them before Legends DA, and you know, if I can be transferring them there in a reasonable amount of time. If the home compatibility, the thing that I could be transferring in the home or from home. If that doesn't take forever, then you know, maybe funsies. Kind of like I have right now there in Legends Arceus. I have the Dialga. That is full odds though. It's the one from Brilliant Diamond. Did hunt it there. Someday we'll be going for Palkia. And maybe Giratina. Giratina is a big maybe because it's kind of a pain. But also, you know, I'm already going for Palkia and Arceus. So, you know, might as well be completing them. Even though Arceus technically isn't part of it. But it is also. Because even though they are, like, technically not a group, every single one of them, I always think them as a group. Arceus did give them their powers, whatever things. And stuff like that. But anyways, it do be what it do be. If I want to be going for it, then yeah, sure. It's just this that it's PTSP soft resets. And that is what I have as an issue. PTSP still, I have absolutely nothing against nothing against PTSP itself. It's just I just absolutely hate soft resetting. I've said it plenty of times, and I will probably be continuing saying it a bunch of times, that I just don't like that they just take so ridiculously long. Like, I will say that in Sword and Shield or Sword and Shield mostly, I don't know why would you. I mean, there's, I guess, few reasons to be resetting your game in Scarlet and Violet, but I don't know if I will ever be doing that. But anyways, in Sword and Shield, even if you wouldn't be having your console to be your home console and it would need to be checking for things, it's still going to be taking less time to be checking that than and like do the opening of the game and everything than it does take when opening up PTSP. It's so sad but true. Like, as I said, I like PTSP. I don't find anything wrong with it. It's just, why did they need to be messing up with the soft resets so badly? We can always be hoping that in the next console we would be getting a soft reset method. I doubt it though, but would be kind of cool. And I also will say that I kind of hope that if there is gonna be something like that, that it's not gonna be too... Why did I encounter you? That it's not gonna be too... complicated thing. Like, let's say that you would need to be going into a home menu or something like that, and then there you could be selecting that reset game. I know that there really isn't too much use for it, but why not? Now that I think about it, I think Switch is, from like a long amount of Nintendo console stuff, the one in a very long time that there is in the fast reset method. Huh. I guess so. Maybe Wii U doesn't have it. But then again, the problem is with Wii U that I know that it's one of the most unpopular consoles. Just because... sad. It's sad. I like Wii U myself. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's just... there was honestly quite a good amount of reasons that people have been saying over the years why Wii U was such a unpopular console, and like it's understandable. I think the main problem that people have with it, even the ones that, you know, like it, say is that the name is, you know, too similar to... it's too similar to the Wii. And I think that's a fair enough point. That it's like too similar of a name, like it is. But yeah, I don't know. I really wish that it could have been better. I mean, then there is DS and 3DS, I guess, but I think that just like at a time when 3DS did come out, like a 3D feature was still like a cool thing. Even though I will say that I didn't, or I haven't really played too many games where the 3D effect would really be doing anything. But it's still a cool feature. Also, speaking of 3D, I find it funny that there is so many mobile games that have the word 3D in the title, and half of the time it doesn't even make sense for them to be having it. Like, what does it make? Like, what makes it 3D? I mean, in some situations, I guess it's the case that there is 3D models for things. It's not always, it's just like a strange one. And I will say that usually the few games that I have been playing that have the word 3D on it, they aren't the greatest. Aren't the greatest at all. It's also funny because sometimes it is the case also with the games that have literally the 3D in the title in mobile games. And it's just, you know, flat images everywhere. It isn't like anything, like nothing is 3D. And it's like if there is like indeed like characters are in like 3D, like they're models instead of like just flat images, then, you know, fair enough, there is at least something in 3D. Or 3 dimensions. But when there's like nothing, you're like, why? I mean, another case, I guess, could be that when there is too many... Like, you are trying to be making a same game, but quickly, and usually worse. Then, you know, try to be some other game, you're just gonna be slapping in something like 3D on it. It's not like... It has happened before that people be changing the name a little bit, but you can clearly see that it's a knockoff of something. Definitely not like 1,000,002 Minecraft copies anywhere. Nah. Couldn't be. I feel like also, because I used to be playing a bunch of Tycoon games when I was in high school, or in high school I was... No, was it? Oh, I don't think that I'm misremembering what words, school names in English. I'm pretty sure that I have never gone into high school, but school anyways. Never went to high school. Yeah. I went to college. Myself, not to high school. Because it works differently in here anyways. Yeah, I used to like play a bunch of them, but I feel like they're either they are not really marketed to me, or they just aren't as big of a thing anymore, or just the ones that have been big are still a big thing, and like the smaller things are not really seen anywhere. Specifically mobile games. So I know that there is a bunch of like computer games that do be doing that, but I don't know actually. I can't really think of like new ones that have like been released in the last few years. Now that I think about it. Tycoon idle games are a thing, I guess, nowadays more. And you could kind of say that at least the one or the Tycoon games that I used to play, that they could be nowadays go with idle instead in the name. Idle games definitely are a thing. I will say though that I absolutely hate the idle games that you have like only like 2 hours of idle time, then you need to be going back. But anyways. Yeah. And that is how it is. Things change. I don't even know how much like young people especially would be playing even mobile games. Probably not much because, you know, there is more interesting things, I guess, nowadays going about. Certain kinds of short videos, like, or something like that. But then again, what do I know? I don't really be around that age of people. Never been into TikTok, and I don't think that I ever will. Considering the fact that it may or may not be banned soon. We'll see. But yeah, don't really care to be going there. I'd rather be watching similar things indeed. Just for the reason that, you know, just for the pure reason that I think the other places have a little bit better things in them. I mean, I guess surely you could be somehow be getting TikTok to be better, but I can't be bothered with that. I'd rather be watching people be reacting to or explaining things that are happening there. Rather be doing that. But each to their own, of course. I'm an old person, but not old enough to be using the cool new kids things, or what kids like to be using anyways. Social media wise. I'm old, but not that old. Yep. Weird. Anyways. And I don't know. The thing is for me, I guess, as well, that I don't really like to be too much on social media. As well. When I was indeed a teen, I used to be using a bunch of like social medias, and nowadays I'm not really using any. And even if I'm using them, I might be just watching other people to be doing things. To be fair, I have never really been one to be posting a bunch of things.
I help.
Also, one thing that we kind of did maybe discover yesterday is that our cat isn't really afraid of the vacuum cleaner. But it's kind of weird because she did like, I did like start up vacuum cleaner, she was, you know, on the balcony and everything. Like she was like just being there. But once I started to actually be cleaning things, then she like freaked out. Which is kind of interesting for sure. Let me switch the position, I mean. I don't like when Farfetched in this grass patch because they up on the other pack and patch can be seeing me, and if there's swirlix there, they're really annoying. They want a bunch of attention. This one do, unfortunately. I know we have a cloud-like bird, but what if we would be getting a regional variant about Swirlix that would be like a cotton candy cloud? Not necessarily being needing to be flying type per se, but could be interesting though. Oh. What on Candy Cloud Pokemon? Indeed, as usual. Usually I try to be making it to be, you know, Tuesdays, but yeah, tomorrow indeed we'll be doing the Alpha U drum. They are decent amount of checks in there. So, you know, that continues tomorrow. We're there at 2,350 encounters in. She is decent. Slowly but surely. Bunch of pink opportunities in this patch of grass right now. Stretch then. Bunch of pink opportunities indeed. More pink opportunities, let's go! Hello? You would normally, or in the other form, you would be kind of pinkish. I would say Farfetch is one of the ones that I'm not too sure which one I will be preferring more. Because I kind of like the subtle effect that it has when it's shiny to the pink in 3D. But I also kind of like the nice, you know, pink in the sprite form. Not the brightest of pink in every game, but I kind of like it. But yeah, I don't know, because it's kind of nice and subtle in 3D as well. I like the shuttle, like, things. It's not like it's a shuttle or shiny or anything, but it's a subtle shade of pink. I like that. Farfetch'd is a good shiny. I like it. I'm just wondering. And in how many games could you be hunting? Or in how many regions? I mean, how many regions could you be hunting all the that region's Pokemons in the games? Shiny hunting, that is. Because Kanto, it's not a possibility because Mew is not found in Kanto, it's Faraway Island. And so far Chodo is also a no-go because there is Pokemons that are only available in Kanto. And you know, I'm not talking about hatching because then everything would be, but anyway, almost everything would be. Then I was thinking... Deoxys is a little strange, and same with Jirachi from Gen 3. It'll be very interesting indeed. I guess yeah, I don't know really, because they're kind of weird, because Jirachi technically it's, you know, from there, but at the same time it's like, you know, coming from another game. I was thinking... I'm gonna double check, but I think maybe possible in Gen 4. Or in Shino. I was saying not Gen 4, but Shino. I think Shino might be a possibility that you could be hunting everything in Shino. Like every Pokemon that is introduced in Shino, you could be hunting them in Shino. Either like evolving or stuff like that, that also counts. The forums are a different story because, you know, they do be different forms. It's unfortunate that Gen 2 Pokemon, there's so many, there isn't that many, but there is still quite a good amount that are only available in Kanto. Starters you can, because you can always just be resetting for one. Fossils, yes. Permi, yes. Paint body, possible. Same with Combi. Yeah. I'll not double check on you, but I'm pretty sure you're available in the wild. It's available in the wild. I'll actually double check because of that. Like, is there someone that I'm forgetting that would be breedable only, but you I know that can be found in the wild. Same with the Chingling. Also, I'm a junior. Peony. Might be ruining it though. It's available in Trophy Card and then no. Then that also can be found in the wild. Riolu maybe, but you get an egg guaranteed for it, so I'm counting it. Yeah. I don't know, it's a little bit of a maybe because you need to be hatching egg for it. So far only Riolu is the only one that I'm thinking of that might be running it for Gen 4. But then again, you get each guaranteed. You can be resetting over it. It's not like you would need to be like making the egg yourself in quotes. Togekiss and Mega Leaf on Glaceon Fly score Memos 1 Porygon Z. Porygon Z, I don't know, can you find? Is Porygon a gift Pokemon in that game? Might be Trophy Garden now that I think about it. Be Trophy Garden? Yeah, it's Trophy Garden, okay, yeah, you can be getting that. I was thinking Nose Pass? Can you get that in the wild? Oh, it's a Swarm. Okay, and it's available in Mount Coronet and Platinum. Okay. I know the Dusclops is available in the wild. Rotom is available there. It's an annoying. You can be getting the forms, but yeah. Getting all the Lake Guardians, the legendaries and mythicals. Manaphy again is a little iffy. You technically can be getting it and you're hatching it. Fion is only through eggs though. But it always will be. It's not like you can be getting Fion in anywhere else than eggs. Yeah, I guess there is only technically three Pokemon that are only available through eggs in Gen 4. Yeah. Or Gen 4, I mean Sinnoh. Sinnoh specifically. Oh, I forgot to check actually. Can you be finding a Riolu in the Grand Underground? Because, you know, it's still, you know, it's just, you know, in the future, because Arceus is, like, if you want to be getting a legitimate one, you need to be doing it in... If you want a legitimate one, you have to be doing it indeed there. No, it's still hatching only. It's kind of odd, because you would be thinking that they would have been adding it in the Grand Underground, because there's so many other places. Anyways. But yeah, indeed, Manaphy and Fion, you need to be buying another game for it, but technically if you have the option you can be getting it, and it is always like hatched in the game. So it's a little bit different, something like Jirachi is, because it's like you're like just receiving the Pokemon. But it's still an egg, but then again, it's the only way to be getting it as well. It's... yeah. I guess Chen, or yeah. Owen and Sinnoh games would be the closest ones that you could be getting in their home region as shinies. either finding it in the wild or getting the primo in the wild. Because after that day, like, the shiny locks have been such a big thing. Yeah. Because yeah, after Gen 5, it is indeed impossible to be getting certain Pokemon. Certain Pokemon in their shiny forms. It's quite a good amount of them, honestly, that are not available indeed as a shiny yet. Would be nice to be getting them. Would be nice. One day for sure. But yeah, I guess if you would be... because I don't really like to be including eggs, because then, you know, you can be getting anything in anywhere. It can be just be from eggs. And if you would be getting eggs in, like, into count, then you can be getting, I guess, every single Pokemon as shinies in their home region up until Generation 5 indeed. There's still some of the iffy ones, like Deoxys and Jirachi specifically. And then there is... and there is indeed the Manaphy Fiona and Rioluon. Manaphy and Fiona, I guess, only. So, you know, you need to be getting another game for Manaphy and Fiona. I mean, you get a Manaphy, but then you can be evolving it. Or not evolving, you can be breeding for a Fiona. And I really hope that we will be getting another one of those one day. It would be interesting. I mean, we technically did get with Solgaleo and Lunala, but it's a little different. But technically counts. Yeah. I guess Riolu is only one from a regular Pokemon. I mean, you could be technically be counting Legends Arceus, and it's available there. And technically, because it is the past version of Shino, it kind of counts. But also, you know, the games do be treating the places like completely different from each other as well. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, something for sure. But it still doesn't really help out because Manaphy and Fiona. I will say though that I always kind of feel bad be hatching Manaphy egg. Because I think the egg is just so pretty. I really like the Menifee egg. I would wish that we would be getting another Pokemon that would be having a special egg like that in main series Pokemon games. It doesn't need to be anything, you know, too crazy. But I like it. I don't know. What if we would be having a Pokemon game where we start with the kind of weird looking egg? You know, our unique looking egg. And then you know, we would be like carrying that through most of the game, and then like after I've been carrying it for an X amount of time, story reasons happen, and it has just kind of what like we did have on the Alola games with, you know, I'm forgetting the name of the actual Pokemon again, but just be thinking about the nickname Cosmog. I think is or Cosmoem. I think Cosmoem is the evolution. Kind of been something like that, but you know, to ourselves instead of like another person carrying it. I think that would be kind of cool. The next 100, and then it's time for a break. I guess that should pull nicely. Little bit afraid that I'll soon be encountering a Swirlix if there is gonna be something interesting on the top of this bush. Oh, come on, stop noticing me, honestly. Annoying. There we go. Encounter number 750 behind of a phase that I would like to be in, but still okay. Still completely okay. Still a very decent amount. Getting going soon then. Let's run away from this dude then. I'll move as well there. Of course now there is another Swirlix there. Would have been nice a little bit sooner. Yeah, I think that I'll be going into 3,400 maybe. We'll see. I don't think that I'll be going further than that, but yeah, it unfortunately means that I'm not gonna be hitting the 23,000 overall for today, which is very unfortunate, but we'll see, we'll see. We'll see how it is gonna be going about. But should I? One thing. No, I will twice. Oh. There we go. It's honestly not that far away that I will be running out of these dude's moves as well. It's gonna be insane. Of course, it's never course, it's never guaranteed indeed. Oh, Swirlix. What are you doing here? I love hitboxes. Who doesn't love hitboxes when they're way too big? I surely do be loving them. Surely be loving them indeed. Just Swirlix. Nothing much interesting there indeed. To be doing there indeed. Imagine if you could be like, it would be silly. I think I have talked about something like this before. I feel like it. Well, it would be kind of silly to be having that kind of feature in a game. That what if? What if? There would be a Pokemon game there where there would be like, it's a similar-ish feature, or kind of like I'm getting inspiration from the Johto Safari Zone, that you know you can be building it however you want. I've definitely talked about this before. You could be, you know, be taking like your own encounter tables and everything. I don't know. I know that it's not Pokemon's thing, but it would be kind of cool to be seeing. Imagine if you... yeah, I don't know. Imagine if we would be having a Pokemon game completely, or like... and you could be building different maps and you could be playing through them. They would be small for sure and stuff like that. Or it would be a feature that you could be sending certain ones to your friends or something like that. Even though unfortunately the friends feature is kind of nowadays. It isn't really a thing. It is, but at the same time not really. Because the thing is that I personally like the kind of games then you know there is that players can be doing whatever they want. I haven't really played too much of them myself, but it's interesting to see what other people have been coming up with, because they're mostly, you know, pretty interesting. There's a nice challenge in them from time to time. But yeah. Especially if it's a game that you have very limited amount of. Especially indeed if it's a game that you have very limited amount of like options. Because it's always interesting to be see like how people use. Let's say that there is 5 different options, like as obstacles. Like how can they be doing them? It's interesting. That's why I sometimes like to be watching like those kinds of things that you have this amount of time and only these things that you can be using in this project. Do whatever. Is it a inside game thing, or is it like a build a game like this? So it's interesting to be seeing that with how many different inco sensors there is going to be. If it is indeed the case that it's indeed the case that, you know, limited options. It is kind of insane sometimes to be seeing those, like, actually, like, when you're building games in a limited amount of time and you have, like, a certain theme. As, you know, not too restricting, but still, like, every single one of them are gonna be around the same. And they're not gonna be too drastically different from each other. See, you know, people's spin on them. I like it very much indeed. Because it is one of the ways that you can be challenging yourself. The like game making world, that it will be assigning to yourself certain rules, maybe a time limit to be doing things. See, you know what you can be doing. The nice thing is as well that you don't need to be, especially nowadays, be having that much knowledge about how programming works. Because I think that if you have the base knowledge and you know how to Google, you go quite far. Because if you can like understand like what they are talking about in certain times, you know, it's quite easy to be making simplest of things to be doing whatever you want. And sometimes a little complicated things as well. I know that I'm personally not the biggest fan of like having ready-made objects and moving them about and program like that, but it's definitely an option. You want to be writing everything yourself, definitely it gets harder to be doing it because, you know, you need to have more of a knowledge how things work and how to troubleshoot things, because it's not that easy always. But I think if you have like a basic understanding of a programming language that you're doing and you try to be writing it yourself, it isn't too bad. And I will say also that sometimes it's very much hurtful to be knowing a bunch of different programming languages. Because they don't differ that much, like, in overall how they work. But there is still like small enough differences that you can be mixing up easily. Because certain programming languages, like at the end of the line, you need to be putting certain symbols or whatever things there to be like ending it. In some there is none. Like something like that. They in that way they are similar-ish. There's a bunch of things that are usually quite similar. Like for example, if you're using if causes, I think they're called. If you're using something like that, they don't work all the same, but they have like, if you understand how they work in one language, you can kind of see, even if it's different how it works in another programming language, you can still like pretty easily understand like where does everything from the other one be going to this language. Which is very nice. Very nice indeed. I will say personally that I think overall understanding a little bit of programming, especially nowadays, is good. Because you could be, you know, fixing little things yourself, for example. Not in every case, of course, but you could. Also, I have a little bit of feeling that it's not gonna be raining today, at least now. It was supposed to be doing it like 2 hours ago, though. Yeah, I have a strong feeling that maybe it doesn't happen. But then again, as I said plenty of times, it's quite usual that rain unfortunately skips us. The hill nearby, or hills nearby, so you know they do their thing, and also lakes nearby, but also do be doing their own things. But we'll see, we'll see. It's definitely gonna be rain though at some point. Oh, that's what causes it. 15 more Farfetch, and then it means that I have run out of 3 Pokemon's moves completely. I mean, some have only very little and some have a little bit more, but still. I haven't really been keeping a count today, but it's pretty good. I mean, to be fair, I can be doing the counting at any point anyway. Actually, may only be going in the next 100. I'm not really feeling like hunting, and also yeah, too hot, so I want to be going cool a little bit as well. But hey, still 800 is pretty good. 800 is pretty good indeed. Starting to be feeling like, you know, too much heat. Getting cooled down. Ways. Good amount of progress as always, because any amount of progress is progress. I do still be hoping the best of luck to anyone else to be hunting. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed, but indeed, progress is progress at the end of the day. Any amount is good amount. That's probably why I'm not feeling the best right now, is because it's like 30 Celsius outside and it's like 25 inside. And because there has been thunderstorms nearby, so it's kind of like that gets its own feeling. It's definitely not helping. But I'm sure that if I can be getting just cooled down, I'm gonna be feeling a lot better. Candy's having a dream. I'm like, why she usually doesn't move her tail while she's having a dream though. Kind of weird. Everything else is gonna be shaking, but tail is usually for some reason staying still. But anyways. I probably should have encountered that stuff first. But anyway. Yeah, then I guess if I'm not gonna be doing another 100 more, then I still can run out of moves, but it's less likely now, of course, since I'm not gonna be doing another full 100 more. Sleepy little cat indeed. She do be silly indeed. But hey, the good thing is that there is going to be indeed at least one more Farfetch today, because it's gonna be the final one, but I have a feeling that I will be finding 5 more. I feel like I will be finding 5 more before that even. I'm getting another nice 5 streak. I believe that's possible. So anything is possible. Anything is definitely possible indeed. Anyway. Guess my feeling was wrong to be getting still bunch of Farfetch J game. It's a little sad. That is what you do, game. But then again, I did see today a decent amount of them, so I'm not too upset about it at all. It rounded out of 2 different Pokemon moves, one with 25 and the other one with the other one with 40. And you know, this dude's like 30. So, you know, it's pretty decent. It's unfortunately the case that I'm nowhere close to the amount that I should be seeing, I would like to say. I go. Oh, hello. I'm just about to be done speaking about that I don't see you enough. Let's see right now. Oh, it's still like close to 100. Yeah, it is. It's still close to 100, which is nice. Because I'm not gonna be counting the moves that the first 2 did have, because I'm not too sure. I usually like to just be counting the full amount. But if I would be like indeed getting only the 85. Oh, actually better than I thought. Oh, I thought it was worse. Oh yeah. I was thinking that I would be less than 5%, but yeah, I think I don't know how to math. Yeah, I'm over 10%. But then again, you know, it do be expected because, you know, I'll be knocking down and then I will be getting the 10 is now a number. It's combining the 10 and 20 to 20% indeed. So yeah, I guess it makes sense. I guess I should always be having above 10% if I go like long enough, because let's say that I will be going only for 50, then, you know, it's quite likely that I'm not gonna be going over 5% even. Because I just do so little, but the more you do, the more likely you are gonna be hitting, like, the average amount. That's honestly... yeah, that's pretty decent. Like, surely I have been having the times that I see, like, closer to 150 of them. It doesn't happen too often, but it happens, and, you know, that's when your percent chance to be seeing them is ridiculously high. But as I said, the more you do, the more likely you are be getting the big going in the big numbers. Especially when it comes to Pokemon. Comes to Pokemon. How to talk is a good question because I don't know how to. I really don't know how to talk. I don't think it's a very good amount of encounters, I just think that it's not that good. Yeah, still a few more encounters to be going, and then, you know, do be done for the day. 6 hours almost, so pretty decent. But of course, in about 5 more encounters, I'll be going ahead and looking for a Farfetch to be the last encounter of the day. But I'm pretty glad about in the 10%, 10 more, or over 10% C in Farfetched. Very good, very nice. But then again, you know, big numbers more likely. Anyways. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe a mega boosted Farfetch happens. Instead of having a glowing aura as the fish is having there, which means that I can be getting the second fish today. Actually, no, it's a third one. Because I got a Magikarp and a Shoodle. The third one, right? Yes? Maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. Anyway. Fish, anyways. It would be funny if it would be the Goldeen, because I remember that I did get a Choodle, and I did get a Magikarp. Nah, it's another Magikarp. It would have been funny to be getting a Goldeen, so be getting, I think, everything that is available in here. I'm not too sure though. I'm gonna be encountering it, it's boosted. Boosted ones are an exception. Just double checking that there wasn't anything in the water. Yeah, now I'm gonna be going ahead and looking for a Farfetch, hopefully before another boosted one appears. And then we'll see. We'll see what we encounter first, and then, you know, go for the Farfetch as the last encounter. Stuffle first, and then the Farfetch. Today didn't take too long to be finding the first and the last one. I like that. And also they're in the same patch of grass as well, that's pretty nice. Let's see, the final Farfetch. Final check of the day. It's unfortunately a regular one. Damn. I'm gonna go ahead and cool down. Probably gonna be drinking a lot as well because I don't know if it's dehydration or what. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around though. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys tomorrow with Alpha Gudra hunting, if nothing else happens. I don't think so. But until then, bye!